Hi there. I see you. Hi, it's stream number 185. Hey, Nui. I actually managed to start on time today. I was a little worried because the Epic launcher was like, I want to download something. I'm going to use your internets. But it finished like within a few minutes. I'm like, oh, okay. It's not like a 10 gigabyte download or something. So, if you haven't seen this before, I'm working on a game. It's an online RPG. You can actually log into it now. There's not much to the game, but we're building out piece by piece. So right here, you can see it's going to be an old school retro 2D pixel art tile-based game where you control a character, moves around in this virtual world, and there's in-game chat. We worked on that a few days ago, Tuesday actually, I think. Hey there, develop it. I wasn't late, that's right. I was on time, just barely. Is there an Adam Hay? There's an Adam EJ. Adam needs an Adam Hay, doesn't he? So, yes. What we'll have in the game, you can look at that link that I posted a little bit ago to see what it'll eventually be. But it's basically role-playing game elements. And working today on painting the background. So there are a couple things I need for that. I can do it manually if I type the commands on the console, which is a real pain. I can say create background tile and then assign grass, which is 2, to the position 0. Let's do it. Let's actually do -1, 2. And then, did I add depth? I added it, but I didn't push it, so if I just do that. So that grass tile there appeared. So instead of typing a whole long command for every single tile, I could shorten the command, but still having to type a command for every tile is burdensome. So I've been working on my test environment here, this panel where I can define a new tile set. I can say something like background. And that's as far as I got yesterday. But the idea is to define a tile set and then have this asset that's to be deployed onto the front end, loaded and show up here, and have the user interface allow me to pick apart that asset into tiles and then select individual tiles and click into the world view and actually have that create background tile entities that match the one I have selected. We'll develop it. I had that problem too. I was like running on like 5-6 hours of sleep. But I got a decent amount of sleep last night, so I feel a bit better today. It's amazing how much better you can be just by getting enough sleep, and how terrible you can be just not having quite enough sleep. Hey, I have 2 developers logged in. Yeah, there's a bunch of bugs, and everyone in my channel has been very nice in helping me test stuff. And we even have a few people who have been scripting or botting the game. I think Nui was one. And there was another one who was scripting the selection of the character avatar. So I worked on this, I think, Monday, where you can pick a different image for your character. And right now there's no limit. You can at any time change it. But at some point, when we actually put story in here, it'll probably be restricted what you could pick based on what you do in the game. It's sophisticated artificial intelligence. Yeah, there we go. All right, so this is a test environment where it's just me. This is the live game where a bunch of people can be in there. The live game will lag a little bit behind the test environment for a while because I don't have quite automated all of the deployment, and also because there could be bugs, and I want to catch the bugs, test them out a little bit before I deploy them to the production environment. Powered by machine learning? Okay. That's right, developer keeps me on my toes and reminds me that there's no such thing as a bug. They're all just undocumented features. I need a pipeline. Yes, I do. And hey, how's it going? V84248. I do need a pipeline. Right now it's a bit manual. And I have lots of things I need to do, but thought that this week it would be important to try to focus on more of the visual and interactive elements of the game. So, for example, the chat, the environment, and so even though I don't have a pipeline deployment environment, I'm still working on that. We expose the API to a DeepMind to train their agents to achieve superhuman performance. I don't know. Maybe. All right. So in the test environment, I have an additional panel I've been working on called tilesets, and this part is okay. I kind of want to make, instead of the add button up here, make it like this. Which one? One of these has a nicer add. This one, where I can it's in the table and I have an add button. So I'll work on that a little bit, but right now I'm going to move on to. That's interesting. I can't pick that one. Huh. If I add another one and pick it, that's a bug. Oh, that's also a bug. The asset's not loaded. I'm finding bugs left and right. Anyway, when I pick a tile set, I would like it to show the asset here in a way kind of like in the real game we have the avatar selection. So break it up into tiles and then let me pick a tile, and probably just for beginning, just once something is selected, if I click into the world, I should be able to paint. I think that's the first goal for today. Wait, hey, indeed. Yeah, so emotes don't work in the game, of course, but Unicode does, so I can do a wave. Which one do I want to wave? How about that one? So I can wave that way. That's as close as I can get. That's not a bug, that's a feature. All right. Let me close off all these things I was looking at. Going to the front end of the game to work on the tile set. The tiles panel. There's a tiles panel. Right, so this is the fragment when you have a tile set selected. So let me pick the correct window here. This underneath the horizontal rule here at the bottom is that update button. So I think up in between the update button and these fields, I will put the drawing of the tile set, breaking it up. So to do that right, I need to know the size of the asset. In order to know the size of the asset, I got to look up how do we decode a ping in JavaScript to get its width. So I think I'm going to look that up. I'm going to look it up. All right, so JavaScript get a width of image. Okay, so I could load it into the DOM and have the DOM figure it out for me. That might work, right? But I have to wait until it's loaded. It'd be nice if I could just load it asynchronously and have something get me the width. Really, what I need is JavaScript decode a ping file. Pure JavaScript ping decoder. Sure, why not? Okay. If it doesn't have an npm package, though, I kind of want to skip it for now. Yeah, I got to update my Trello. I have 4 different issue tracking systems, and I need to get organized about that. I have Trello. I have the in-game ticket system, which looks like this. And I have an issues GitHub, which I'll probably consolidate things into, but right now I don't think anyone's using it. And then I have also tracked in my notebook issues day to day in my notes. So I don't like that I have this so disorganized. There are 4 different places. I'll probably, like I said, consolidate it to the GitHub issues, and I'll probably use that GitHub also for a wiki. And I think Trello is going to go away. You know, sorry Trello, but it's too hard for me right now to keep it organized. All right. I kind of want one that is advertised on NPM. Okay, here's one. But can I get... I want to see it on NPM. So this is fast ping. NPM. Here we go. I want to see how popular it is. I mean, it's more and more popular, I guess. The passwords are hashed. Yeah, if you want to see what's in the game for you, at any point, you can pick the right window here to show you. You can click download by data. So let me do that in the test environment here. You go to profile, download data, and then you just open it, and you'd see the algorithm that's used, the hash, the salt that was used. If you have a persistent login token, here it is, and also the content of any issue tickets that you have open. So PBK DF2 with SHA-250 or 512. That's what we're using. Yeah. This is an encoder. How many rounds? It's in there. What did it say? I already closed it. Let's download it again. For the test environment, it's 1,000, but I bet if you downloaded yours, I think I have it set to 10,000 on the production right now. And it's configurable. I can change that at any point. I'd suggest using a different password, though, just in case. Use the password manager. That's what yeah, exactly, ban explanation. Yeah, you'll know... There's a chicken and the egg problem with banning, though. If you're banned, you can't log in and get your personal information, but you could always email the admin at the omniarabia.com and get send me a message and say I want my personal data, and then I would download it for you and send it to you. Ban logs, yeah. I don't have an explicit ban log, but every player's record has a ban, the current ban status, and I've been meaning to put in ban history. Did I have that in there? Can't remember. Let me ban myself and see. So if I go to that troublesome Raimu and ban him, now he's been booted out, and then I unban him, and then I log back in. Chickens is my password in test environment, and then I go and I download my data. Does it show that I was banned? Oh, it does. Events, I did do that. So you'll get your ban history as well under events. So it was permanently banned, and then I was unbanned. And you can even know the exact millisecond that it happened. Just out of curiosity, if I do npm ping decode, find a more popular one. Okay, that one's much more popular. It says for the canvas element. What if I just want to decode it asynchronously outside the DOM? I don't want the pixels. I just wanted to get, maybe there's one that's focused just getting the get width, height. Oh, I'm looking for a way to in the tiles panel here, I would like to as soon as you select a tile set, I want it to asynchronously load that ping and get the width, because I want to do something similar to what this does. It takes the ping and takes the width and divides by the tile size to know how many tiles, and so it knows how many elements to make in this flex container that's used to select tiles. So all I really need is the width, and I'll let the DOM load the image itself. And I guess I could just have it load and then wait until it's loaded. Well, but what happens when you... Okay, let me just try the naive approach. So the naive approach would be, if it's selected, we put it right here. Here. We would just put an image here, right? Thanks for the follow. Guaravalgo. So this would be source, and then I'd have to calculate this, right? I want it to be relative to the root, so let's... I guess I would calculate it like this, right? At plus the selected tile set asset. Let's see what that does. Okay. Now what happens if I give that a name and a reference? So ref equals assets ref, and then make a reference, use ref nil, and then at some point let's do a console log or something. So console log asset width. Actually, I guess I can just make it another argument, right? And then that's asset ref current width. Actually, let's just show the asset current. Now I'll open the console and see what I get. Null. And then I got another null, and then it was suddenly loaded. So I suppose like what I can do is wait until it's not null, and then I can compute its... Unfortunately, I can't see what is in there, because it won't let me... I guess I can inspect it myself and look at its properties. Where that's the CSS stuff. Oh, it's properties. There we go. It'd be something in element, right? Do I just look at width? It's not element either, is it? It's is it HTML element? I don't remember. It's one of these guys. Onload. Onload. You're saying let's just do JavaScript onload. Element onload. Oh, that's a good idea. So attach an onload handler to the image. Let me play around with that. Give Mudribbit a point for suggesting that if it gets me somewhere. So we'll do onload equals asset loaded. Actually, I should just say on asset loaded. And we'll give that, we'll make that a function object. It probably has an event, right? So let's just console log that asset loaded event. See what I get there. Console. Oh, nice. So I don't need a reference, right? Because this probably has a target. It didn't have a target, but is that because I clicked it just now? Let's see what it is if I evaluate it right at that point. I gotta click one. Oh, I got the same thing. Okay, cool. I'll give you a point, because then I don't need a ref. I don't like the idea of using refs when I can avoid it. So I award virtual points right now in my notebook. Eventually, I want to have my game more integrated with Twitch and be able to hit a button somewhere in game that says, award them a point, or maybe have a bot just automatically do it in a response to a chat command from me or a moderator. Right now, though, it's all in my notebook, and you can't do anything with them other than brag, I guess. All right, so let me, a couple of things I want to do also here. Put this into a div or make it a block, display block, because I want that to submit the update button to be below it. And then let's get rid of the ref. Asset ref. Oh, and I wanted to make sure that I could get the width and height from it, so. Asset width, and that is event target width. I'm hoping this will work. Nice. All right, it does work. It didn't put it on its own line, though. As style, and is it because it's the block display, but is it because it's inside of one of these containers? Yeah, keys, so it really doesn't, I don't want it to be in the form directly, do I? I have it inside of the special keys values form, which is a display grid with, a 2-column grid. I kind of want the grid to be just name and asset and anything else there, so let me reorganize this. Let's take the keys values off of the form and put it inside of a div here. So a subdivision of, whoops, of the form in just these elements. All right, and then let me give it some space. Actually, what I want to do is break this up a bit. Oh, I forgot to mute my phone. Let's do that. And might as well plug it in. Plug in the phone. Okay, there we go. I suppose it doesn't hurt to keep the image there, but really all I really need is to be able to break it up like this into a flex container. If I'm using the DOM to get the width, though, I really do need it to be like that, right? So actually, to get the spacing here, I think I had a CSS class set up for this. Really, I want a flex container, right? Did I not put it in index CSS? Seems like something I would commonly want. How many flex containers do I have? I have quite a few of them, don't I? Okay, this one was a grid with a grid gap. Actually, it's the grid that lets you have the gaps, right? I think I'll just do it the old traditional way with margins. So that means I need to give it a class. So we'll call this one tileset asset. That's already up here. Let's call this asset image, and this is asset. Actually, that's an ID. I can keep that ID separate from the class. Oh, I have a better idea. I'll put a class on the form. tiles panel. Why did I have the form inside a div? I think I need to fold these together, actually. I don't think that needs to be a separate div. Hashtag unnecessary divs. There's the overall panel is where? Up here, and then down here, I can do a little trick where I can say nth child, or not. Nth, how do you do this? Nth child? Or not first child. It would be simpler, right? First child. And I could say margin top 10 pixels. Death to the divs. There we go. So now every child of this form, except for the first one, has a nice 10 pixel margin. There's the form, there's the grid, keys values grid. There's the image with its nice margin, there's the button with its nice margin. Okay, so I think under that I will have the tile selection. So let me copy from what I did in the panel that lets you pick your avatar. I think it was character panel. No, it wasn't character panel, it was profile panel. I did a bunch of magic here. This thing was a hokey way of getting the numbers from 1 to n, where n is this variable. I don't know if I'm going to keep that. But that's just so I could turn it into a map. Anyway, yeah, we're going to pull this out. And put it here. So basically it's here. I will, I need to take that and divide it by a number to get the number of tiles. I need to store that somewhere. I think what I'm going to do is use a React state. So I already have use state. Const num tiles, set num tiles, use state. So it'll end up re-rendering. Oh, and I need to initialize this. So I think I'll do this trick where we only do it if the number is changed. So const num tiles now, target width divide by some number. Now, unfortunately, I have the number in a different file. I just realized this. I have it under a stage middleware. It's all these constants up here. Tile size. So do I like move it even further up? Oh, I have a constants.js. I should just use that. Let's pull that. Let's pull it up and promote it. And give it a nice comment. This is the size of each tile. Width and height of each tile in the world view. That means that this has to import that from how many levels? Just one level? One level up. Tile size. Okay, and then I do the same thing here, only it's 1, 2, 3 levels up. The horror of ... Okay, tile size. There. So we'll say if it changed, what do I name the thing? Num tiles. Then we'll trigger an update by doing a set num tiles. Actually, I don't know if I need this conditional at all. I don't know if I need that. If React is smart enough to not re-render if it doesn't change, then I don't need this conditional. Keep it in there for now. So this is tiles, and this will be num tiles, and we will map. What's this avatar select? Oh, that's to put the red boundary around it. Let me pick that up too. I should have pinned it when I had a chance. Profile panel. CSS. This thing. Oh, I wanted this whole thing too. This was important. Oh, this is going to be a problem. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's just arbitrary to cap its width. So yeah, this is fine. I wonder if I should be elevating this up in to the index since I'm reusing it. Hey there, Mills. What am I working on today? Working on, let's see, what does it take? Day command. Working on tile sets and painting the world background. Yeah. Can't compile it to show you right now, but in the real game, I want to be able to paint the background. Rainbow 8 Hey doesn't work on Twitch either. It should work. Oh, it won't work unless you're subbed, of course. But please don't sub just to get the emote. Only sub if you want to support me. Yeah, so I can paint the background now with manual console commands, and I want to automate that by adding a panel that shows me the tiles and lets me click on it. When I get it to compile again, you'll be able to see it. Actually, let's just fix this compiler errors now. So that's tiles panel. Okay, yeah, so I'll just leave the CSS alone for a moment. This URL, we need to compute that. So that is that plus something plus that, and then this is selected tile set asset. That number is hard-coded in here in a couple places, isn't it? So let's unhard-code it. Actually, this is, so -1 times, actually I could just say negative ID, right? Times the tile size. And then, actually I should do the same thing here. I should just do this. That's cleaner, right? Same thing here. That's just tile size in pixels. And there. Profile, excuse me, profile's not defined. Well, let's not select any yet. So let's say a selected tile. And we'll just make that variable constant right now. Have it selected the first one by default. Oh wait, we'll unselect avatar, unselect tile. Let's make that also constant and have it do nothing right now. Just to get it to compile, I can show you what it looks like. That is on this panel. So we can add tile sets, and when you select a tile set, if the asset is loadable, it'll show it here, and I'm working on breaking it out like we have in the avatar selection here. Selecting a tile, and then once we have a tile selected, I want it so that if we click here and we have a selected tile, it'll paint the background. Excuse me. I'll grab some kombucha. It's like water, only better. Okay, so yeah, I was gonna pull the styles. I think I'm gonna pull the styles and up from here. Let's pull them up and make them more generic. Let's put them here. We'll give the class make the class a little bit more generic. It'll be tile set. tile set, tile set tiles. And we'll call this selected tile. Now grab some coffee. What is that icon? What is that icon? Coffee. Yeah. Too bad I don't drink coffee. I'm an anti-coffee heretic, I guess. Alright, and then I'm gonna use tile set tiles instead of avatars in this panel. That's avatar selected becomes selected tile. And then where that's used is where? Here. Tile set tiles. And that's good. So then back to save that, and then back to here I can get rid of all these. And then I can reuse them in the tiles panel. So this is selected tile. And oh, I'm not even using it yet. So let's do that. Let's add it. Put it underneath the overall thing. Tiles. Let's see what I get there. Coffee's the only reason you survived today? I gotta get better. Gotta get better sleep. Develop it. That's the real secret. Oh, look at that. It kind of worked. I now need to make them selectable. I think I also want to arrange them vertically and then have information on the right to put in like name and other attributes. So to arrange them vertically, I'll do it later. Right now I'll just make the tile selectable. Magical, yeah. Okay. So I had hard-coded the handler, right? And the selection. So let's make that a prop. Actually, let's make them both props. Select tile and where am I? Select dead tile. All right, and then remove them from here. Actually, it's going to be much the same as selected tile set. And the same thing with selecting it. Just remove the set part. So I need selected tile and I need to select tile. Check the tickets, will do. What we got ticket-wise. Pressing different movement buttons with a short time between each press will move you in only one direction. Press W, then shortly after S, and then press them a lot. You will only move in one of these directions instead of one up, one down. Oh, I remember working on this problem in the precursor to this game. Yeah, that's a little bit more refinement in the movement keys. Yeah, it's because of the limitation. I only store one movement key at a time. So I'll leave that open. Yeah. I'll work on that as more, as I refine it more. Please make new lines and then take a description and show us new lines. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Kankamatics. That's actually already a ticket that Nui put in. New line. She called it paragraph, though. This one. So the idea would be a double new line would make new paragraphs and one new line as a break. So let me say it's related to ticket 4034. This is related to ticket 34, so note to self. And leave that open. Hey there, SPJ. All right. Cool, cool, cool. So let me add the reducer code to make selected tile a variable in our Redux state. Selected tile. I only need it to be an integer right now, so let's... 0 is sort of reserved to be nothing is selected, so I'll use that. And then if the tile set is unselected, so was it selected tile set, if that's ever changed, I want selected tile to be set to null also. So let me pull this logic out as constant up here. And actually, I should move it out of the switch entirely, shouldn't I? Selected tile set unselected. Or removed, right? Equals that. Let's pull that out. Because otherwise, yeah, there's weird stuff that happens with switch statements in JavaScript. And then they'll just use it down here. Because I want to also do the same thing for selected tile. Because if the tile set's removed, this goes back to 0. Otherwise, it stays the same. There we go. And then that changes elsewhere. Actually, it's not that it's removed. No, that is true. Hey there, Shake Soda. Selected tile set. Okay, there it could change too. Because find can return null, right? Okay. I don't know. Is it right to put them up all up here? I have to make sure I don't use something that might be undefined. So this is newly selected tile set. It really only has significance if for certain actions. You know, it doesn't feel right. I think I'm going to put it down where it's used. Down here. So that's this, and then we have selected tile. Depends on if it's truthy or not. If it's truthy, then we reset it back to 0, right? Otherwise, we keep it the way it is. Yeah, okay. Then where else does that variable change? Oh, yeah, I'm going to move this to where it goes. Down here. Those are the only two places. Okay, so let's put in the new action. Select tile. Selected tile action ID. And that means I need to have that in my actions list. Select tile, set select tile. Hide the admin button. Yeah, that's on my list of things to do. Hold on a second. Yeah, I gotta hide that. There's no harm in it being there. You have to have the private key to use it. So probably what I'll do is I'll keep it hidden unless you unless you type a hidden key or key sequence or something like that. Although it's really easy to discover if you just look at the debug console in your browser. You can get to the source. But yeah, to hide it from a casual glance would be a good thing to do. I will do that soon. Trademark. I like these Unicode characters that you guys helped me discover. Uh-oh, what was this character you tried to type? I don't know. Hey, look, I can pick tiles now. And if I pick a different tile set, it should go away. Yep. So let's make this avatars. And, okay, it doesn't reload that. Why? It does when I click it. Interesting. I can't read that very well. It's 1F97F. Is that what it says? Hold on. I'm looking at it in an image viewer. What is that? 1F97E. Which character is that? (9)7E. Hiking boot? So that's not in the font, I guess? It's not in this font either. Okay, yeah, it's too recent, I guess. June 2018. So Unicode 11.0. Does anything show that? Oh. That's a very cool emoji. Why do people add these emojis? Vampires? Genie? Mermaid? Seriously? Okay. No boot. Sorry. When you request a password reset link and change it successfully and then try to use it again, it shows bad password as an error instead of expired link. Well, thank you for testing that. I actually didn't know that it worked. I had enabled emails again because I fixed the email problem, but I didn't know if anyone had actually tried to reset their password. Yeah, there's a generic thing about it. I should probably fix that. Thank you, Kinkomatics. Chrome on Windows 10 shows it? Really? Because I'm using Chrome on Windows 10, and I saw... Oh, there it is. So what happened back here, then? They didn't get copy-pasted correctly? Yeah, so there it is. It's a different boot. I see. Which boot is that? There's like a Unicode lookup we can use, right? No, that's not the one. One F462. That's a woman's boot. Okay, woman's boot is in the font, but apparently not the hiking boot. Why are there so many boots in Unicode? Thanks for the follow, Mario Aparnis. Integer overflow with your point count. I think you're behind Nui and Bugfound though. They got like a tremendous number of points. All right. This is very promising. So now I know the selected tile set, which should be 47, and then selected tile, which is numbers this way. So the last step would be once I have a tile and a tile set selected, if I click in the world, it should do the command to the game to paint. At the same time, we should also like if I selected water for example, and I clicked on the grass, it should not put water on top of the grass. It should replace the grass with water. So we need to know what we're clicking on if there's a background tile entity, which we know because it'll be a depth 0 entity, tile entity. Right, so first step would be let's have it show something in the pop-up here if it's a ground tile. And actually, hold on. I haven't checked in my code in a while, so let's do that. So this is show selected tile set and allow picking a tile. Hey there, Raleigh Monkey. Getting further in my tile set panel. See that? I can now load in tile sets and then click one, and then I'm working on now the next step, which is once I've selected a tile, I should be able to paint the tile. Actually, Raleigh Monkey, would you rather me call you Raleigh? You'll take all the hieroglyphs you can get. Maybe BTTV provides it. Oh, for the boot, maybe. Or it could be a different boot. Raleigh is easier to say. Definitely easier than Raleigh Monkey 911 or 911. All right, so checking this in, right? I did that, okay. Let me GC and push. The tooltip first. That is in the stage. I did a lot of this work off stream. I cleaned up the stage, the phaser stuff, and I added this concept of this pop-up. The pop-up, it shows when an interactive sprite is selected. So if I make all the background tiles interactive as well, that should be the first step. So let me do that. It's when a tile is added. Where did I do that? Aha. I have it set to, if it's an avatar, set it to be interactive. Let's change it to be if it is, let's just make them all interactive. As a first step. Let's see what I get there. Right, so now I can tell the different entities, and let's say in addition to the entity, I want to show the depth. That's a callback I had if a sprite is selected. Where is that? On pointer move? This one. If there's debug. No, that's the debug. Pop up. Oh, it's on tiles overchange. That's what it is. Yeah, the $10,000. Yeah, you can't get me now. I got enough sleep last night, so I can remember that was a joke, and I don't owe you $10,000. This was getting the tile, right? Hold on, let me put I can't use my bookmark key with my password manager open. Bookmark key. Clear out the old bookmarks. Where do I add stuff to the tiles? This one. So it has a sprite and it might have a label. Let's add the depth to it. And then I can get it back out here. That's what I really care about, right? Depth. And let's just put it in here. Oh, I had a name. Oh, right. Yeah, so I was like building, each one's a little text element in phaser. So let's have to do this copy paste. Actually, I should really make this a helper function, shouldn't I? This is added at this point here. Then add depth. And call this one depth label. All right, now what do I get? Oh, it didn't update the max width. Oh, right, because this needs to be put here. Oh yeah, I need to make that a helper, otherwise it's going to get really gross really fast. Okay, there. So I can see that entity 14 is the background, entity 73 is the foreground. I didn't ignore your message, did I? Password reset mails lands in your spam folder. You should write a notice to the reset dialog. They should check their spam folder too. Well, that's a good one. My email is not spam. Actually, it's probably marked spam because it doesn't have any reputation yet. So remember, Kenkomatics, I'm not ignoring you. I just don't always see all the chat. Okay, good. Good, you know. I don't want you to feel bad, man, for reals. All right, I guess that's the next thing to do is I'll be tracking what entities I need to track what entities I am hovering over. Oh, I should also fix the bug where there's a bug where if there's a tile in the corner, I wanted to look at that. Otherwise, it'll be in the pop-up list and I won't be able to get rid of it. The bug is if I put a tile up here and I were to reload this, it doesn't go away for some reason until I mouse over and then away. How do I fix that? I think it's because it's popping. There was something in Phaser I remember seeing. It had to do with polling. Phaser poll. What was it? It had to do with what I'm hooking this tiles over changed into. Was that it? Pointer over? Oh, I already had stage tiles over in here by ID. That's fine. Okay, so it had to do with this pointer over. That's not what I wanted. I guess I'm just going to hit the book. So that is Phaser IO. Learn. API docs. It was game object, or it was class input, right? You guys know. Actually, what class was that? Pointer over is for what? Input on. So it's an event. Oh no, I think I remember where I saw this. It was actually in a Phaser example. I want the Phaser 3 examples. It was like input, I think. Game object. One of these that does a poll. None of these looked like the right one. The thing is, it's split between input pointer and other things. One of these talked about polling. Mouse? Poll always. Here we go. That's what I wanted. That way you don't have to move the pointer and it just knows. And I think I wanted to try that one out. Okay, so I just need to do this. Let's try it. Yeah, I guess we can do it at any point, right? So it's stage scene instead of this. Okay, let's try that. That reloads both of them, so I need to put it up in the corner. And then just reload this one. No? It's still a problem. Get me out of the entity list. I guess I'll put in the debugging to figure out why does it think I'm over that entity all the time. I might have gotten the logic here screwed up. It's out and over that I care about, right? Oh, I already had it logged, so I can look at it now in this log. The moment I put it in there, I get a tiles over for some reason. Let me log a little bit more. Let me log the pointer as well. I'm wondering if it's a bug in phaser. Oh, kind of move this guy again. I haven't yet made character positions persistent between reloads. Yeah, the moment I move the mouse, I guess it's... Maybe I should just ignore when the pointer's at 0. See, everything is 0. It's some kind of glitch, I think. So just ignore it if X and Y are both 0. Be a quick hack. So if pointer X is 0 and pointer Y equals 0, return. Well, I don't know what pointer ID does. Let's see. So here's where it wasn't 0, and pointer ID is still null. So I don't know what pointer ID is for. I guess I could... Okay, the other thing was there was an active... It was false before, right? What if I try that instead? If not pointer active. Oh, I need to put the other guy in the corner. Get over there. Yeah, it's the pointer stuff in phaser is meant to like be an amalgamation of mouse and touch events. So yeah, the pointer ID could be the touch ID in Android or whatever. Reload this one, right? Okay, I got it over, but there was nothing in the set. I think I'm going to go with that. Let me look up to see what active means. Don't need that anymore. Oh, I should turn off the polling. I did turn off the polling. Good. Okay. So what does the over mean? That would be in a class pointer, right? Pointer. What is over? I mean active. What is active? An active pointer is one that's currently pressed down on the display. Okay, that probably means for touch, right? A mouse is always considered active. Well, it wasn't, because I saw an active false for the first movement. So I'm just gonna say that's probably appropriate, right? If it is not active, ignore it. All right, so put you in the corner again for testing purposes. You don't have to stay there forever, just for testing. Reload. I'm starting in the window this time. Got a few overs with 0. Let me test it with the pointer starting out here. If I leave the field and come back in, it's not until it comes back in that it sees it, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. All right. Yeah, it's weird. Okay. So it would be when I click now, pointer down. And there's actually two things I can do here, because there's also a bug that you guys reported, undocumented feature. You guys reported that if you are in, oh, I got logged out due to inactivity. How did that happen? Let's fix that. Let's log in again. There's a bug where if you click down here in the input to do a test, and now you can't move, you can't use the movement keyboard, and if you click here, it still doesn't let you. So one idea I had was if you click anywhere in the field, it would just reset the input focus for you, rather than having to click out here or in here to reset the movement keys. So I think I'll do that. Yeah, only features. So there's a feature right now that if you're in this window, you can't use the movement keys anymore, even if you click here. Click, 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 still can't get the input focus stolen away unless I click here or out here. So I can work on that at the same time that I work on clicking here with a tile selected. Should let me paint, put some bushes, right? Click, 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 click. So I'm capturing the pointer up and pointer downs. I'm just not doing anything with them. Pointer down, I'm just console logging them. So it's the same thing, right? Let's do a find. Let's say const background over, those tiles over, find tile. And this we have to return true or false, right? So I have to look up the sprite from the tile. So that's stage.tiles.get, I think. Yeah, this thing. And really I only care about the depth, right? If depth equals 0, return true. Actually, I can just say return depth is 0. And then let's console log that. Clicked on background tile, and that is ID, or background over. That's it. And I don't need that anymore, do I? I'll leave it in there. What's the harm? You have 1 million backlog features in a game you work on because they're in subsystems you can't work on without external feedback. You can't get external feedback? Is it not launched yet? Is that the problem? Good old legacy problems, yes. Bugs are fixed long before shipping. Yes, that would be nice. Okay, tiles over is... Aha. It's fetched from the values of stage tile, because that is a set, I think. An ID is not defined onto... This is not defined because that's there. All right. Clicked on background tile 15. Clicked on background tile 14. And so if I move my character away from the grass and I click on him, clicked on background tile undefined. Okay, so I should read if background over. Move away from the grass. Don't step on the grass now. Clicked on 14 and no click. Okay. So now that we know if we're clicked on a background tile or not, if we clicked on a background tile, I want to modify the tile to be the one we want. So that's a modify component. If it's not, then we're going to add an entity. So this will be, this is all if we have a tile selected. So how do I get That's get state, right? Get state. So const selected tile set equals get state session selected tile set. And then there's a selected tile from the tile set. If selected tile set and selected tile, then do all this stuff, right? And let's say what we're going to do. Would replace background some number to some number. So actually it's that to selected tile would set background to selected tile. I need some parentheses, don't I? Okay, let's test this out. So now, if I click anywhere, it doesn't do anything. If I click there, it still doesn't do anything. If I pick a background tile set, still nothing. If I click a tile though, would set background to 1, would replace background 15 to 1. Actually, that's the entity ID, isn't it? That's fine. All right, so we're almost there. So the final step would be to dispatch an action to do this. Now, I don't remember, do I already have an action for this or not? I don't remember. It would have been in the middleware for admin, right? There's add tile set. I don't think I have an add tile, though. Yeah, so let's make some actions here. Add background tile. And then change background tile. Should I do a remove? I'll do remove later. Or update background tile. I guess it'd be better, right? Okay, so let's define these actions. Oh, we have a new winner for the first in the list. Oopsies. Okay, and then update. Almost a winner for the last. Update. It's already been an hour and 13 minutes? Wow, time flies when you're having fun. Okay, now I need to map those to functions. Add an amazing emoji? Yeah. Or add an amazing addictive emoji. Okay, this one needs an action, all right? And we'll need tile set and tile. And it's all create entity, actually. And here, just occurs to me, I don't think I have any code in the front end to actually show a tile from a numbered tile set yet. I need to fix that. We're going to create an entity. It's going to be a tile. And I forget what tiles have in them. Also, we need a position. A position I do know, right? That's pause, and then that has an X and a Y. Oh, that means I have to have an X and a Y. X, X, Y, Y. And it has a D for depth, right? I forget. Actually, you know what? It'd be easier to just look at the game state right now in the test environment and just cheat that way. D for depth, X, Y, and then what does a tile have? C is changed, so That's if it had a nameplate that changed. So that can start out as false. So depth is 0. Tile has C, which is false. Let's just copy from here. An ID, which is tile. Mood is false, and this is tile set. That will create that, and then let's do the update background tile now. Update background tile. Add an amazing awkward atom art. Good one. I feel like these should have semicolons at the end because they're statements. They're assignment statements. But I don't always remember to do that, and JavaScript is very liberal about it. It's like, if you want to do it, fine, but you don't need to. So, this needs a tile set, needs a tile, and it's gonna... I'm not gonna modify the X and the Y, it's really gonna be the entity. That's all I need to care about, right? Because this is, do I have an example of this? Modify? Yeah, I do. So it's this. Exactly. Is the action. Well, this part of it is what I care about, right? It's really these two fields. And it's going to be a delta, right? A delta of these two fields. And fix the indentation. Tile and tile set, right? So modify component tile, ID of entity, and that's the tile and the tile set. Okay, I think I got it. Semicolons are a bit meaningless in JavaScript, which would be great except for the JS logic for denoting statements is kind of badly defined, so you can't rely on it working. Yeah, I just stick to what I'm used to with C++, which is statements have a semicolon, declarations do not. Hey there. How do you want me to say your name? Threadet? No. Idet? Idet sounds better to me. Just use the great question mark. Okay, hopefully I don't screw up my ECS by doing this wrong. I think this will work. Fingers crossed. This is why we do it in the test environment. Here we go. I'm going to add some background tiles. Let's add some water. Oh, it didn't dispatch it. It said it would have set it. Okay, let's fix that. Stage middleware. Let's keep this in. Keep the console log in there. Let's also include the X and the Y because I need those, right? This one, the update is just the entity ID. So setting background of background over to that one. And let's put the tile set in there too. Selected tile set slash that. IDET, okay, got it. And then the new background tile is tile set tile X and Y. Oh, I had this backwards, didn't I? I had it backwards. And then setting background at X by Y 2. So I need to know an X and a Y. I think, yeah, I was computing it and debugging somewhere for the when I was figuring out the cursor. So that was move. It's a move, right? Yeah, this stuff. Tile X, this stuff. And I don't know, computed here, I guess. So that's just X and Y. Actually, I don't need to offset it. Not quite the weekend for you, but oh hey, there's Steampunk Devil. Finally the weekend, yeah. Yeah, for me, the weekend will be what? In 2.5 hours? Oh yeah, happy Friday, TGIF and all that stuff. I think I need to subtract half of the stage center. Where do I do that math? There's where I go from pixel from position to pixel, so it's the opposite, right? I need to subtract the center. Yeah, in this test code, I was doing the same thing. All right, okay, so it's, I need to subtract the center X, subtract the center Y. All right. I'll keep it console log for now, just so I don't screw up my ECS, so let's see what it does. Did it not reload? Oh, I need to select a tile set first. Setting background to 4, -1. How about here? Object is not right. So that is this dot ID, I think. Oh, but I can't do that if it's null, so let's just put the ID in here. Pick a background tile set. 41, okay, so it got the correct tile set. Okay, let's try actually hooking it up. So that is dispatch actions dot update. I already forget what I called it. Background tile? Update background tile. And then what did it need? Tile set tile entity. Tile set is this one. Tile is selected tile. And entity is background over. All right, that's how to update. It's been a long week, yeah? Did you guys know that there's a Twitch channel that is exclusively, the chat is exclusively dedicated to asking and saying what the current time is? I learned this yesterday. I thought it was silly, but kind of cool too. Add background tile. Tile set tile X and Y. Tile set tile. So I can just put in X and Y here. All right, here goes nothing. Background, let's add some tall grass. That kind of worked. Oh, it's the display isn't working. The numbered tile set display isn't working. Right, so I need to fix that. It's coming back as a numbered tile set, not a named tile set. Have I thought about using TypeScript earlier in the project? Well, earlier in the project, people have asked me why not use TypeScript. My answer has been kind of like what Adam's answer is, which is that it's just another thing to learn, and I didn't have a pressing need to learn it, so I didn't do it. And I'm not really running into that many type mismatches. And when I do, I find it quick anyway, so there wouldn't be too much of an advantage right now. There's been no large bug / undocumented feature that came about because of that, so it would be closer to C++. That's true. I've heard nothing about good things. So one thing to balance the good things with is the amount of time and effort and energy would be to learn that. And when I first approached this project, I didn't know anything about React or Redux or Phaser, and so I wanted to minimize the number of things I wanted to learn, or minimize the number of things to learn. Actually, if I was really pedantic about that, I would have just tried to do this in vanilla JavaScript. So I don't know. I just didn't feel like learning TypeScript at the time. Just writing plain Lua versus writing hacks that transpose to it, and rate of errors in your code plummeted. If it works for you, that's great. Definitely. Used to ship your game's crash logs to development the credit screen. Now your games don't crash enough that you can. Huh. Interesting idea. Credit screen holding crash logs. I haven't heard of that before. Alright, so I need to have it display from numbered tile sets. So where does that pop up? Reflect sprite added, yes. Also, actually, what happens if the sprite is updated? Let's see what happens. If I watch the network tab and I paint something, what does it do? And what if I change the sprite? Then it doesn't do anything. Interesting. Huh. It's coming back as a new sprite on one socket, but not the others? Interesting. Oh, I think it's coming from the leader. Should have been broadcast and come back on all of them, though. Interesting. Anyway. The update is not... the rendering system can't tell if it's updated. Oh, because I had a special flag for that, didn't I? Called changed. Oh, first things first, let's get it to display correctly. So to get it to display correctly, it comes back as a TS, a tile set with a number in it. So it comes here as tile set. Right, so when I do that... Oh, shoot. So I don't want to do this this way of adding sprites, do I? Oh, and I need to have phaser load the... I guess, yeah, I need to have phaser load the sprite sets, don't I? At what point does it learn the tile sets? Let me see that. Reload. It gets the sprites first and then the tile sets. That's going to be an issue, right? Because we won't be able to display sprites that we don't have tile sets loaded for. I guess I can do the same trick that I did before where I can defer some function calls to display them until we have the tile set. Yeah. I need to take a quick break though to use the restroom. So I'll be right back. I'm back. Easy selling point of TypeScript is just how compatible it is with JavaScript. Yeah, I've heard about that, yeah. Yeah, that you can adopt it slowly over time. Yeah, VS Code, I would have to agree too. Really happy about that. About really happy of Microsoft putting that out. Yeah. Now, yeah. Now, if only we can be happy with what they do with Windows. You have to remember that Microsoft is split into many disparate teams. So there's one team doing VS Code. There's probably a much larger team doing Windows. So, hooray for the VS Code team within Microsoft, I guess. No, I don't have a fab icon. That's yeah, that's a known undocumented feature. VS Code is heavy on resources for you? For me, it's pretty light. I haven't noticed anything heavy. It could. I wonder if it's the add-ons. Maybe you have a different add-on set that's heavier. Non-technical issues, yeah. So like, just things you don't like about it, right? Yeah, the update policy. I think that's universally despised at this point. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is when sprites are told to the client and they mention tile sets that we don't have yet, I will put them in a special set of tiles we can't draw yet because we don't know the tile set. We don't have the tile set loaded. And then when this happens and we're told about the tile sets, we would tell Phaser to go add those tile sets. And when Phaser says that they're ready, we can go back and add sprites for those tiles for the loaded tile sets. So first things first would be when tile sets comes in, I need to look at the asset and see have we loaded it, which means I should probably have a at least a set of all the assets we have loaded into Phaser, right? I've heard about Atom being slow and buggy, yes. I've never used Atom though. You have a retro style spinning disk? Wow, old school. I've put all the programs that I run, unless they're really, really huge and not so important, like games, I usually put, like DevTools are all on an SSD, so they load fast. Spinning disks, yeah, what? Hmm. Yeah, no money can be a problem. So actually the update works. I can tell that because even though this didn't appear to do anything, like when I click, let's put dirt there. Although we didn't see anything, the moment I reload, we can see that the tile is different. So the entity is in there. It's just that the rendering system didn't tell the client about it probably because of the change flag. So yeah, I'll fix that in a minute. The tile set's loaded. We need to capture that. Where are we capturing that now? Reflect tile sets. Tile set added. I guess I do need to capture all of them, right? Oh, wait a minute. I'm already reducing them. What am I thinking? They're being reduced. So I don't have to worry about updating any kind of list per se. They're already reduced in the session, right? Yeah, tile sets. So even the client will have tile sets. I can verify that by looking at the Redux store. State, session, tile sets. So there we go. We have the tile sets. So I could process them to find when when they're loaded. Yeah, okay, cool. So they will be reduced. I still have to catch them though. So I need to catch all of these in middleware. Right. In the stage here. So this will be, yeah, reflect tile sets. I'll just type it. Added, removed, updated. Oops. Keyboard slip. Added, removed, updated. Okay, so we're going to make a bunch of handlers for these things. Okay, and what was the action for this? I don't know. But I could probably can look at it in the reducer, right? Tile set, tile sets. So it's just an array then. It's just tile sets. That's what I think too, Shake Soda. Deal with it when it dies horribly. But for me, that means my stream might go down for a day or two if it ever happens. So I start to feel maybe I should be a little bit more prepared in advance and have a backup plan if my computer should die. I guess for me, what would it be? I could stream from my laptop, but it'd be very painful. I could do it though. Development, I'd be unfamiliar with a lot of the tools. Like it would be either Safari or Firefox instead. I don't, or maybe I have Chrome on the Mac. I don't remember. Added is tile set. Removed is ID. Updated probably has both, right? No, it just has tile set. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna want to track. Actually, let's make it an object because I can use. No, that's not right. That won't work. Should make it a map, right? From tile set number to an object, and the object can have like what the asset is and whether or not it's loaded. Okay, that's what I'll do. So that'll be part of our stage. So tile sets would be a new map. And then tile sets. We get the tile sets message when we first load, so it should be empty, right? That means I will, let me think about this. Actually, it can happen again if we unload and reload. What happens if we reload the game? If like we get disconnected and we reconnect. Didn't I have a code for that? That did cleared a bunch of stuff? Destroy all sprites? Yeah, when does that get called? When the stage is hidden. Oh, okay, yeah. So I'm gonna do the same kind of thing. If we get the initial reflection of the tile sets, we have to drop all the information we know about the tile sets we uploaded. Which means I'll probably have to ask Phaser to unload a texture. Oh, new VR hardware setup. That's cool. Oh, yeah. It's really for work, for your development. Do you know if you run it as a business, you can expense it from your taxes? Business expense. Actually, it would be a capital. It would be a capital expenditure, right? Can't write it off. Yeah, I don't know too much about capital expenditures, but if like business expenses, tax deductible, man. All right. Yeah, let's loop through. So it's stage dot tilesets. How does the for each work? Tiles in this case was, oh, there is a for each for a map. Okay. I should bring that window up just to help refresh my memory. MDN map. Yeah, you need a good PC for VR. Oh, there's a for each. Great. And just to refresh my memory, value key map, right? Value key. Yeah, okay, cool. So for each, the value is some object. The key is tile set or ID. Will I care about the ID? I don't know. I want to do something to clear them all because I'm going to do stage tile sets. And is there a clear? There is a clear. So this will, so to do free all resources for previously loaded tile sets, and then we got to do a tile set, an add for each one of these, right? So tile sets for each tile set, add tile set. So to do start loading tile set and phaser. And then the added will do the same thing, right? Removed will do actually I can package this up, right? So I can say I don't need that, so underscore it. And I can say remove tile set. To do remove tile set from phaser. And this is just remove tile set ID. And so is this one down here. So I don't need the stage from these. Updated, what do I do? What do I want to do for update? I don't think I need to do anything. Oh, wait, but no. The asset might have changed. So I guess what we should do is remove followed by an add. If the asset changed. So what if we remember the asset? Yeah, so stage tile sets add. That's how we do, that's what we do with a map, right? Set, not add. Set. And it is key value. So it's the key is the tile set ID. The value is some kind of object, which for now all I really care about is asset. Because on update, I only really care if the asset changed. So, well, first we need to find it. So const tile sets entry equals stage. Tile sets get. What does get return if it's not in there? Undefined. Okay, so get tile set ID. If not tile sets entry, I think we're just going to ignore it. If the tile set asset is not equal to tile sets entry dot asset, then we should remove it and add it back. Or really we should do an update. So let's do it. Let's make this a special thing. Update tile set in phaser. All right. Actually, I want to remove it only if it exists. So I do want to do this logic too, right? Remove it, and then I'm going to clear it from the tile sets. Delete, right? Delete by key. Okay. So add, which includes the set. Initial list, add them all. Remove the ones before in the clear, and then remove. The add adds to the set, but the remove doesn't. I'm wondering if I should fix that. Thing is that this remove is inside of a loop, so I don't want to remove from tilesets in the loop. I know what I can do. I can do the remove, which is a delete, this one. And just change this instead of a for each, we'll do a stage tile sets. There's like a way to get the keys, right? Keys. Yes, keys. That's an iterator. Let's turn it into a list and then do for each ID that. So get the list first, then iterate it, so that in a way that we can remove from the original map without disrupting the collection we're iterating, because it's a different collection. And I don't know if I need to do the spread or not, because I don't know if keys gives me a copy or not. It says it's an iterator object, but I don't know if that means if you can change the thing you're iterating or not. I'm gonna be conservative and say probably not. So the spread syntax there gets me a new list that's independent of the original keys iterator. So in other words, do the iteration to completion, and then with that resulting array, do a for each. This does 2 loops instead of 1, just for safety. And that means I don't need to clear it. So remove any old ones, add any new ones. I want to have this also when we tear down phaser. So let's make this another function. Destroy all tile sets. Stage, right? Because we need access to it. Because I had to destroy all sprites, right? So destroy all stages would be similar. Destroy all tile sets. Is that. Oh, interesting. Before I did the for each and then the clear, I could have done the same thing with the keys. Although I would have had to look up the value for each. And then where's destroy all sprites called? On hiding the stage, right? So here we'll do destroy all tile sets stage. Right. Cool. So this will at least populate the tilesets map. And I have to figure out the add, update, and remove. So here's where I gotta hit the books again with Phaser. Because I've been using preload. I've been using multi-atlas, but I don't think I want to use multi-atlas anymore. So it's in the scene. Let's look at the scene. Where are you, scene? Is it not a game object? Maybe it's a class. Phaser scene. So there's a load, right? Load. All external content such as images. If you call load from outside, you need to start the loader going yourself by calling loader start. It's only automatically started during the scene preload. So when do I call it? Do I call it once? Huh. I don't know. Let me Google it, or Bing it. No. That's not what I want. How about loader start phaser? Loader start after preload. Here we go. Okay, so I do the loader thing and then I just say load start. Okay. Let's do the thing. I don't know what the thing is yet. Yes. So it'll be okay, actually, I need the stage, don't I? So it needs to, let's make it pass by object name. Pass by named arguments. I left this way of doing named arguments actually. So I can do stage dot, oh, what is it? Where's my phaser? Scene. Stage.scene dot load dot start, right? And then, okay, I just need to figure out what I'm going to load. What am I going to load? It's not a, what I was loading before. Multi-atlas. Is it? I don't even see, oh, there it is, multi-atlas. Monitoring its events to know when it's safe to use. Please see the loader plugin class for more details. Okay. Key must be a unique string. That's fine. It's used to add the file to the global manager. Okay, this expects a JSON file. I don't want to do this JSON file. I want the simpler, I'm pretty sure there's a simpler way to load sprites, right? Is it texture or tile map? What's CSV? CSV, comma separated values? Sprite sheet, is that what I want? Fixed size sprite sheet where every frame is the same, as that actually sounds like what I want. Yeah, okay. I don't want a texture atlas, it's a sprite sheet, fine. Whatever they want to call it. Okay, actually that's what I want. How do you index frames in it? Star frame, in frame, okay. I suppose it should just look at an example. So let's do that. Phaser.io examples, phaser 3. So this is a sprite sheet. So where would we find this thing? Loader maybe? Sprite sheet. All right, let's just look at the first example. I don't know what this is doing, but let's see. Oh, I see. Well, you can load more than one at a time. That's cool. Set path. Huh. URLs are automatically created based on the path and key. See documentation for details. So is it all in a line then? That's my question. Is it all in a line? Is that how I guess I should read this more closely. Frame, so numbers, not names. There's a key. Loading a file using a key that has already taken result in a warning. Okay. You wish to replace, then remove it, and then add it. Okay. Okay, that's a prefix thing. So I could set the prefix to slash, and that would be match what the configuration I use. So they always had ping, so I can drop the ping if I want. I'll keep it. They never, I still haven't seen where they describe like the geometry of the frames within the sprite sheet. Oh, yeah. Ramu.exe has stopped working. I was reading, I'm trying to figure out the geometry of sprites within a sprite sheet. Like, is it the way I do it right now where it's just a long line? I need to fix that. I can't show it now, but it's a long line, right? Actually, I can show it on the real game if I was logged in. Let me log in again. Okay, actually, I'm not showing it here, but you know what I'm saying. Like, if it's all in one line, I'm wondering if that's how they do it in Phaser and where they would describe that. And what's frustrating to me sometimes from people's documentation is when they say see the documentation for something, and that's not a hyperlink. I'm like, I'd like to click it and see it, but okay, fine, whatever. Is sprite sheet something that's in a game object? No. Maybe there's a class for it. Tile map. Okay. Maybe it's in more of these examples. Actually, I wish I could actually see the file directly. I guess I can do it by hacking in the URL, but actually, what if I do F12 on this and then go to the network and then reload it? Will I see the ping? Ah. Oh, I wonder if it's just left to right, top to bottom. That's 320 by 320. Okay, I hate that I have to scroll. I'm going to guess that it's left, right, top to bottom. And I just say what frame width and frame height is, but I guess I could look into more detail about that argument to sprite sheet, which is frame config. Frame config. Image frame config. Margin spacing. And it doesn't tell me anything about it. Okay, that didn't help. Google it again. Phaser sprite sheet geometry. What if I say left to right? Left, right, top, bottom. Here's how our sprite sheet works. Each image is identified by a number which starts from 0. The upper left proceeding left to right, top to bottom. See, this is exactly what I wanted to know. I should say thank you to whoever wrote this. So thank you, Phaser.js, I guess, for this blog post. All right. This is an excellent answer. Cool, and they show some of the calculation. Okay, great. Gotta go? Okay, thank you, Shake Soda. Thanks for watching. So, this means I am doing load sprite sheet. So, what does that give me as a result, though? It doesn't. I have to come up with the key. So, can I use the name? Oh, guess who's scratching at the door? I'll be right back. A creature was scratching at the door. You want to see the creature? This creature. This beast was scratching at the door to be let in. Go find many things to pounce on, beast. The beast. Beast. I need to get a key. Actually, let me fix the compiler errors I'm running into. Stage is not defined on 207. Yeah, so we need ID and the stage for remove tile set. ID stage. ID and stage, so this needs the stage. 228, tile set. That's just ID. Okay, cool. So I do have a name. I could use that for the tile set key, I guess. Although it would be better just to use the ID turned into an integer. I mean, turned into a string, right? Yeah, what happens if I just tell phaser the ID? So that would be add tile set. So it would be stage dot scene dot load. Did I get that right? Yeah, load. Ah, I lost my cursor position. Add tiles. There we go. Dot sprite sheet. Key. So what if I just do tileset.id? And then we need the path. So that's slash plus tileset asset. And then the frame configuration. So that is frame width is tile size. Frame height tile size. And then I need to do like a way to know when it's loaded, right? So that's in this, right? Good things swallow, but they didn't say. How do we know when it's loaded? That didn't help. Oh, my cat's name is Casper. Casper the Friendly Ghost. Because he's all white. We didn't actually name him. It was we adopted the cat from someone else, and they had already named the cat, so we kept the name. Although I don't really use his name too much. I just call him Cat. I think I need to look at the loader directly, don't I? Or is it the load manager? You would think that they would keep these things in alphabetical order. There's loader. I'm not seeing it. Is it not called load manager? Maybe it's just not called that. It's just called loader. The namespace for loader. That's probably not what I want. Now the cat's yelling at me. Okay, where am I looking at? Yeah, what if I'm not preloading it? Just yell back? Yeah. Wow. He probably wants me to feed him. I'll feed him after the stream. Feed me. I require nourishment. It would be funny if like you had a universal translator for your cat or your dog. I require petting. Groom me, human. Phaser load callback. Someone's looked this up before, I'm sure. There we go. Yeah, I can't preload. Oh, here we go. On load complete. Okay. Let me find it. It's the load. Well, the scene has a load, which is loader plugin. That's what it is. Plugin. Jeez. So there's an on, and it's a certain event. Okay, I guess I should have gone here first. It's a loader event file. Which one? File load or file complete? Finishes loading, but before it's processed and added to the internal phaser caches. So what do I want? Do I want load or file complete? Finishes loading. And what did they say to use? Load complete. Okay. And there's, you have to do an add. Okay. Let's do it. So stage scene load on load complete. Add. What's this? Wait, why is this in? Maybe they changed it between phaser 1 and 2. Let's use what the manual says. File complete. Okay, and it gets the key, the type, and the data. I don't need the data. I just need to know that the key's been loaded. It's gonna give it back to me as a string, which I know it can convert back to an integer if I know the type. I'm only gonna be asking it to load tile sets, right? Your browser is getting slower because of NuiBot? Is it because stuff is being added to the console? Shouldn't be getting slower. It's just updating the position of Nui. You had code that worked, but that's not all. You were expecting it to work. You know, it sounds impossible. Hey there, John Mega. I'm trying to understand what you just said. You had code that worked, but that's not all. You were expecting it to work. Oh, you were both expecting the code to work and it worked? Yeah, usually one of those two is in the negative. How are you doing? I believe that this is something I have to register earlier with my other listeners. So let's do that. Let's register it here. On load file complete. Let me just look at it for now. Okay, so on game out, so const, and the documentation says I get what? I get key, type, and data. So let's log those. File phaser load file complete, key, type, data. And then, yeah, that's all I should need now, right? So it should have loaded stuff. Cool. Actually, the key was an integer. So the documentation lied. It doesn't have to be a string. It was fine with an integer. I like that. I don't need to do string to integer conversions. So when I get a load complete and it's a key for a tile atlas, or for a text for a tile set, I can then load these. Actually, I didn't have to do anything. It just worked. Interesting. So I don't need to do anything. I expected that I'd have to defer the sprite creation until it was loaded, but it just worked. With the side, there's a side effect that it shows little boxes, so that's one thing I can do. So if I defer the sprite creation, I can get rid of the boxes. Do I care about that right now? Maybe not at first. Yeah, let's leave it the way it is. What does it tell me for data? Complete 47 sprite sheet texture. Hold on. Oh, 47 is the key. The type is sprite sheet as a string, right? And then the data is an object which has frames in it. And there happen to be 7 of them, which makes sense. Okay. That's weird how that just kind of all worked out. It makes sense though. All the arithmetic is the same as before. Okay, so I don't need to do anything special. All right, cool. That worked better than I thought it would work. Yeah, exactly, Rally. What word did I skip? Let me read it again. Something weird happened today. You had code that worked, but that's not all. You were not expecting it to work. I don't know why I missed the second knot, other than that you have two knots and they were close enough together that my eye skipped over one of them. Yeah. I don't know how I skipped it, Jamega, other than that, I don't know. I just made a mistake twice in a row. Not correct. Okay, this is cool. So I can just do I need this information at all? I really don't. I really only care about the key. And let's put a note here. May want to load or may want to add sprites waiting for the tile set that were no. May want to add sprites waiting for the tile set here. Okay. Let's say tile set loaded key. I'll just keep the debug in there. All right, so to add tile set, so let's put this one into its own thing. Const, hey, the Kobayashi Maru. When it hits space, that point which appear to mark it is the font. Is it a font thing? Oh, this space here, which appear to mark it. I'm gonna guess you mean these little dots, and that's a setting in Visual Studio Code called render whitespace all. I do that because I'd like to see whether or not they're spaces or tabs, but it's a preference thing. Also, you can see dangling spaces, and you can see when I hit save, it removes them because of my editor config. Yeah. This is complicated enough, I'm going to offload it to another helper. So load tile set. We need what? Tile set and stage. Do this much code here. Load tile set stage. Because I'm going to use it down, so I have done it there. Okay, and then we should move that to here. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing on update. I just need to figure out how to do the reverse of a load. How do you unload? Tileset's not defined in 198. Because I misspelled it. Cool. So how do I remove a sprite sheet from Phaser? I don't know where to start, so I'm going to search it here. Phaser remove sprite sheet. How about delete sprite sheet? Delete is not appearing in any of these. Unload? Oops. People only care about creating and loading, not unloading. But I want to clean up the memories. How do you do this? Well, I guess I'll troll through. What's the right verb? I'll look through the documentation to try to find it. You're getting further with your templates. A lot of work is required on template specializations, but it's going better than you expected. Oh, congrats, Jalmega. So those who don't know, Jalmega's working on his own programming language. Grok. Grok, the documentation, yes. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. How are you doing? I think I actually have enough of this that I can show what I'm doing today now. I have enough of the tools here working that I can pick a tool set, background, and I can start painting the... Okay, it's off by 1, so if I wanted dirt, I'd have to pick long grass. Look at that. Isn't that cool? I can make dirt. So if I wanted grass, I'd have to pick that tile. What doesn't work is update, unless I reload. Then you can see, and then that thing is because of during the loading phase, I added the sprite before the sprite sheet is loaded. But that's what I'm working on today, the automated painting of the background. So I was off by 1 there, right? So I think it's because I need to actually add 1. So I really was painting the right thing. Yes. Yes, when it's a sprite sheet, it's 0 based. So that would be in add sprite, add sprite, whatever I called it. Off by 1 errors. It's happening. Well, the automated painting of the background is happening. Reflect sprite added. Here we go. Yeah, when I add a sprite, if there's a quick way, the quick way would be if the tile set is a number. How do you tell in JavaScript if something is a number? JavaScript, check if variable is a number. Type of. Okay. Yeah, so we'll add 1 if it's a number. So if type of tile set, that just looks weird though. I guess that was what it is. And they use double equal. Isn't triple equal better than plus plus tile? There we go. So that's what I actually painted the whole time, I think. Let me look in the database. What's at 0, 0? Entity 14? What's entity 14? It's ID 4. Oh, I'm off by 2 now. I need to subtract. No? Well, number is a string, right? It's just they use double equals, and I'm like, it's drilled into me now to use triple equal. Actually, it did say entity 14. I could have just shortcut straight to the tile 14, this one. So it's ID 4. Is that the correct one? I don't want it to be 0, so I want it to count from 1 on purpose. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it added 2 somehow. Oh yeah, I want to subtract 1. Yeah, okay. It's subtract, not add. That should have been what, a grass tile? Yeah, okay, so no, a dirt tile. is 4, right? 2, 3. Yeah, okay. So I need to fix the background because I put water everywhere. Oops. Let's put grass everywhere. So it's not updating, but it will as soon as I reload. Let's put one over here too. And then we reload. Okay. All right. Let's put a bush. Let's put some bushes right there. Not to go on a JavaScript rant. Did I trigger you with this, Buff Seagull? The reason why I'm checking if it's a number is for backwards compatibility. Tileset used to be a string, which was used. There are special what did I call them? What does Phaser call them? Texture atlases. Load dot something. What was it? Multi-atlas. It used to be that I had them as multi-atlases, so that required a JSON file, and I used string keys, and now I'm moving towards sprite sheets, which have numeric IDs. And so I wanted to see, well, if it's a number, then it's the new type of a asset, and the old type, I don't want to modify the numbers because those are in the JSON files themselves. Oh, you think should I be doing a double equal there? Actually, I'm wondering, will I get a warning? I do have warnings, but they're in other places. Okay, so as long as I don't get a warning, then I guess I'm doing the right thing. That should be a double equal. Triple equals is a JS only thing as far as I know, yeah. So this is where they're considered equivalent independent of type, and the triple equals is where it has to actually be exactly the same, type-wise and everything. So Buff Seagull, what's better here, double or triple equal? I know that if I use double equals in a lot of places, I get warnings from the linter about it. You would use double, okay. But, and down here too? See, I think if I use that, then it warns me. Yeah, see? I get that warning. Expect a triple equal, saw a double equal, equal, lint rule. So that has to be triple equal to remove that warning. Let me fix these other warnings while I'm at it. Image needs an alt. Okay. That is in the tiles panel. 138. Yeah, let's make an alt for this image. This would be actually, this might look better if I did it this way. Slash selected asset there. Oh no, you can't do that in JS6, so never mind. So here it's oh no, but I can do this. Although that might look funny. What are we gonna call this? Tile set number, or tile set and then the name, because this is the name. Actually, it has a name. Let's put the name in there for the alt. Undefined equals null, okay. Implicit cast everywhere. Yeah, sorry. Sorry for everyone used to strictly typed languages. This JavaScript is very loose. I haven't touched those today, so I'm gonna leave them for a different day. Okay, I have another hour and a half left. Let's just looking at my time. Right, I was figuring out how to unload tile sets. I don't know how to do that yet. I'm guessing it's something the loader plugin I can tell to do. So can I tell it to unload? There's load, but not... Oh no, load was something from the scene here. Where is it? Going back, here was load. Is there an unload? You would think if there's a load, there would be an unload. There is not. Well, shoot. How do you do it? You never double equals compare against Boolean literals? Okay. The three values should be aware of 0, empty string, and empty array. If both sides are any of those three, gonna run into some fun stuff, right? Since most of the time you're comparing against literals, double equals is fine. Never double equals it to compare against Booleans. Those rules are gonna be hard for me to remember. If I write them down, though, I have a better chance of remembering. Type dev, it did look weird. It looked very weird to me when I used it. Someone's got to care about how to unload assets. I wonder if it's tied to what I did load, which was sprite sheet. Somewhere here it should say how to change it if it's loaded already. Cache.remove image. Remove. Remove it from the texture manager. Okay, so there's something called a texture manager. Texture manager. What's destroy do? It destroys all of it. I don't want that. Remove, okay, that's what I want. Immediately clear a reference to it. Destroys the WebGL texture. It also emits an event if I want it. If you have any game objects still using this texture, they will start throwing errors the next time they try to render. Okay, so if I want to be clean about it, I would remove the sprites too and then re-add them once the texture is changed. I don't care about being clean today, so at least not for my code. I just need to get to this texture manager. How do I get to it from the game? Game. Actually, it's scene, isn't it? Scene. Textures. So it'd be textures dot... Okay, so stage, scene, textures, remove, right? Key. ID. And that's what I also want, oh no, that was it, right? Because update removes it. Oh no, it doesn't. So that's a remove coupled with an add. A load tile set. Actually, I don't have an unload, that's the problem. Unload tile set. I want symmetry. Dang it. That's this part. So unload tile set is the remove. And then I can call unload tile set, load tile set for this to do. Unload tile set. That's that texture remove, right? I don't know, let's see if it works. Error. ID not defined on 209. Tileset.id. 220. Tileset's not defined here. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I need the whole tileset for a remove tileset. I can recover that from here. Stage tilesets get ID. Why did it not like that? Oh, because this should be tileset. ID on 221. Picky compiler. Tileset dot. Okay, back to just warnings. Can't read key if undefined when tried to unload. Wait a minute, what's it doing? How did it get there? I don't know. Let's see, does it get there during load? It was on, oh no, it does happen. So when is that happening? When is this, I need to put a, it's on 228. Oh, it's being called from multiple servers, so I should support this. Let me put a breakpoint on remove tileset. Debugger it. Oh, I didn't store the ID in there. That's the problem. Yeah, I need to store the ID. So when it's added here, ID, tileset ID. Reload, please. Actually, it's going to hit that debugger again, but it should be good now. 47, okay. Remove debugger. Actually, I could have looked at this to see that it unloaded it. Okay, we got some temporary errors about it being missing. What's this? Oh, I think I know what that is. Yeah, I never did handle that one. I don't care about that one right now. So yeah, did it unload? Did it load 3 times? No, it only loaded once. Okay, but it will load again if I change the if I change something here. So if I say background 2, that should have come back as a message. Why did it not? Update tileset. Interesting. Update tileset. It should have gone into here. Unless that didn't happen. Let's debugger that. So now it won't be able to draw at all because it can't load that one. If I go and fix that, it is going into there. The ID is 47. It found it. The asset name should have been different, so it should unload and then load again. It never loaded it though. Interesting. Let's put it back to 2. Or actually, if I just hit update, it should do it again, right? No? Huh. Now it's not doing it at all. Why is this not working? What did I do to, what did I ever do to you, computer? Oh, is it? Oh, it didn't reselect. That's the problem. Now it's doing it. Okay. I want to step into this thing. It should try to load that. So why is it not? Did the unload not actually work? Can I not reuse the key? I'm not getting any warnings or errors from Phaser about it either. My question, I guess, would be, is the remove synchronous? Well, I can hack it, right? Actually, no, I can't. It's single-threaded, so what do I do? I guess I would do asynchronous await? No. Yes? So between the load and unload, do a await. How do you do an asynchronous wait? Things I don't know about JavaScript. Asynchronous wait. Not async. Asynchronous timeout. I think this is what I want. Async set timeout. What's this FN? I don't think I need that. I just need to do nothing, right? Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. And it should be really simple. It has to do with this, right? Await set timeout. And then set timeout has a handler. What's par? I don't understand what they're doing here. Is it just that? New promise resolve set timeout? Oh, thank you, Buff Siegel. You've written it for me. I bet it matches what they had there. Okay, so I can see if I can try out my skills and make this a constant. Wait. Return. Actually, it doesn't have to be that. Just new promise set timeout. Res, I don't know, a second? How about 3 seconds? And then await. Wait, right? That work? await is a reserved word because why? I guess I don't use await, right? It's wait dot then. I'd have to make the whole thing asynchronous to work, right? Let's put some debuggers in this. So something like this, console.log unloading. Loading. Or reloading. Yeah, if I wanted to use await, I'd have to make this whole thing async, right? And this is the non-async way, is just use promises. All right, so from here, go to the tile set and fix that. Update. Oh, I guess I had a debugger in there. Oh, there we go. Okay, but the existing sprites didn't reload. So this won't work unless I guess I have to update every single sprite that was using that tile set somehow to change the texture. It did say tile set loaded that time, and it didn't before, right? If I X this out, easier to reason out, so I just needed to put async somewhere up, like right there. I can do that in a second. I'm more interested in fixing this. Oh, I should remove the debugger. That was just annoying. Okay. Yeah, see that without a delay there, I guess without waiting for it to unload, the reload does nothing. So this hacks in a wait, arbitrary wait of 3 seconds so that it should be unloaded by the time we load it. And that fixes it, right? Let's see. So here, change it back. I thought I removed that debugger. I didn't. I must have undone it. Yeah, so that means the reload actually is working. I guess I can hack it in for now. Let's hack it in. How long do you think it'll take? Oh, wait a minute. That might be not working because it just doesn't have S2 ping. Wait a minute. That didn't work at all. Okay. Why is that not triggering that? That unloads and reloads, but when I put it back to that, it doesn't do it. That's weird. I should be able to see it here, right? And then change it back. I do get a message. So why didn't it? Okay. I need to put it in here, reloading. unloading one thing, loading something else. Unloading, this is what we are loading. And, oh, I think I might know why. I didn't update the asset. That's, yeah, okay. I see the bug. But I want to put those in there anyway. They're not equal, so I need to update it. So when I load, I need to update it here. That'll be the new one. So I want to unload the old one. This one. There we go. I'm wondering if I even need the delay anymore, if that was the real bug. Can't read ID of undefined. That's undefined? Call stack. Oh, shoot. That has to be named tileset. My bad. Delay shouldn't be needed, yeah. So yeah. It was useful to play around with that and see, to understand how that works. Okay, so let me remove the delay. Okay, so make that a 2. And then change it back to that. Still a problem somewhere. Okay, see, develop it. Have a great weekend. What function am I using for unloading? Because you can make that function async. The unloading is it's a phaser method, and I don't think that that's inherently async. I think it internally does something and it doesn't return anything. And you're supposed to rely on callbacks through their system. It just returns the texture manager. It doesn't return any promise, so I can't wait for it. I have to wait for, if I wanted to know when it was done, I had to listen for this remove texture event. Texture manager, yeah. That's the texture manager. So, to do it right, I'm not going to do it yet, but to do it right, if I wanted to know when it was done, I'd have to listen for that event. Yeah, it fires an event. But I'm still doing something wrong here. So this will have a new name in it. Then let me print both of them out. Let's just say tile set updated. Tile sets entry tile set. And then here I'll just print out the tile set itself. Then I'm going to watch the console here when I change it to a 2. So updated from background to background 2, unloaded background, loading background 2. That fails because there is no background 2 ping. So when I go back to here and I said change it back, what do I get? The asset's wrong. No, the asset's correct. But the one that was in the map is wrong. Okay, did I not put it back in the map correctly? I did not. That's the problem. I need to do a stage tileset set. That's the bug. Set. How does set its key value? So tile set ID tile set. I think. Oh. Maybe I should be using remove add. I don't have to delete it because set will change it if it's in there, but maybe it's cleaner just to remove add instead of unload load. Remove add. And then I don't need to do that. To update. It's weird. It didn't actually unload the textures there. Oops, I shouldn't have moused over that. It unloaded the old one and loaded, but there was no. Or maybe it's because it couldn't find that file, so it kept the old graphics around. Weird. Or maybe because those sprites still reference the old texture, the old sprite sheet. Anyway. Okay, maybe the delay is necessary because it didn't show that it was loaded. Let's put the delay back in. Hold on a sec. Sorry about that. Okay, it didn't save. Did I not hit save? Save, yeah. Save is important. Alright. Need to fix that bug too. That I expected. Now I'm not getting the callback at all. No! What the heck? When in doubt, do more logging. Unloading tileset ID. Loading. Okay. And then putting it back. I wonder if it's cached. Let me, to tell if it's cached, I think what I would do is set it to 2. Then completely reload this thing. Then load it. I mean, then change it. Okay, it loaded it, but it didn't update these sprites at all. Let's try that without the delay. Where is it? Here it is. Oh, I didn't know about the once. Okay, that's useful. Let me stash that for later when I do this the right way, after I understand everything. I mostly like stumbling around, experimenting to learn. That deserves more than 1 point. Let's give him 3, because he actually wrote code for me. Thank you. I want to understand what's going on by playing around. Let's put that to 2. Then reload this guy. So it starts out not having, it's missing the file. And if I change it to a file that it should find. Does it load it? It does load it, but these don't update. Interesting. So why does it load it like this then? How does that work? That just works from the get-go. Is it a race? It's probably a race because it's in the midst of adding those sprites that we say, oh, by the way, you should load these tile sets. Oh, we're loading it when it's not yet ready anyway. So we're technically in the preloads phase. That's why it's working. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I like the React hooks. They're really nice. Well, thanks, Buff Seagull. Right, I was going to put this on... Did I do this experiment already? Put it on 2. Reload. I want to see if it actually does load the tile set, even if it doesn't display properly. It does, so I don't need the delay. Actually, another test would be to change it from one tile set to another that also is loaded. No. I didn't get a tile set loaded for that one. But does it work with a delay? That's the question. Callback hell, yeah, that's why that's really interesting. Look at that. Alright, so it's loaded, so if I change it back to background. That didn't do it. Let's make it 3 seconds. It just doesn't want to do it. I wonder if it's because we have sprites loaded. So to test that theory, let me delete all the sprites whenever this reloads. So I can do that here. Delete all sprites. What arguments do I need for that? That's not what it's called. What is it called? Destroy all sprites. Destroy, and it takes a stage. Okay. And it actually didn't load it that time, did it? Yeah, so if it's already made the sprite, it doesn't always load it when you get the tile set loaded. Alright. Background. Update. Huh. It never finished loading it. What the heck? I don't understand what's going on now. Put that on there. There it loaded correctly. So... Is it that I can't reuse a key after... I could fix that by including the version number. Because there is a version number in here. Yeah, we're up to 41. I might do that. Well, I need to... The documentation said I could unload and reload it. They will start to throw errors the next time they try to render. But I didn't see that. That's the weird thing. Yeah, see, I'm not getting any of those errors they said I would get if I unloaded the sprite sheet. What if I just don't load at all? Just start with where it actually is loaded. And then drop it. Yeah, I'm not getting in the errors that it said I would get by unloading. That's weird. Should I trust the documentation? It doesn't do what it says it does. It's perfectly happy. I'm guessing it's cached. It's cached and I can't reuse the key, which is unfortunate. But I can use the version number. Oh, you can laugh at my tileset. My tileset is a bit laughable. So if we use different keys for every time, I don't need the weight at all. Then the remove will use a combination of the ID and the version. Actually, let's have a function that figures this out for me. Yeah, up here, const tile set key. Return. Actually, yeah, just have it return. Tile set ID. Tile set version. All right, and then that's just tileset key tileset. Remove that key. And I need to store the version. Actually, why don't I just put the whole thing in there? Make it easier for myself. And then this is replaced down here too. Let me see if I got all this right. It's not going to display correctly yet, but I want to make sure that the loading and unloading works. Let's do that. And the same thing here. add, and then actually for my own internal thing, I can use just my ID. So reflect add, reflect removed. Okay, that won't work. That's got to look it up. It's this. Remove needs the tile set now. Updated. Find it by its ID. If it doesn't match, remove the old one, add the new one. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Indeed, the frames are missing. Update. Unloading 4745, loading 4745, it got loaded. Now if I change it to like avatars or something. Yeah, so I don't need to do a wait because it's a totally new tile set. And I could use the callback to update all the sprites, which is probably what I want to do. Tile set loaded. To avoid racing the beginning, I should add those other methods to be deferred, right? This is a hack. I need to fix this eventually. But I defer processing actions that affect phaser before phaser's loaded. So reflect tile sets. Tile set added. Tile set removed. Tile set updated. Okay, there was a deferred. I get the key, so shoot. Maybe I do want to hold on to the key in the tile sets. No, wait a minute. I'll just have to find it, really. So we'll say const. Okay, this. Oh, shoot. I need the stage from this, so. Oh, wait a minute. It has access to the stage in the capture, right? Yeah. Okay, so I don't actually need the stage in these. In any of these things, I don't need the stage. Oh yeah, the callbacks have the stage by the capture. Got it. Okay, so tile set equals stage tile sets find tile set where, or it's ID where actually does map have a find? Get. No, but it's a hat. How does this work? I guess I want a for each. Or I do a values find. Entries, maybe. I think I want entries. And then I want to do a it's, I guess I do it this way, right? Tiles, it's ID in tileset equals that entries and then find. And then here it's I want to keep the map prototype up, but I want array next to it. There, drag that over there. Array has a find. So it's given the element, so I'm given the element. So it's the same thing. Where this returns true, right? Actually, it's I can use an expression. And that is where key equals the make, what is it? Tile set key. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Tile set key, that's what I wanted. Tile set, I had file set instead of tile set. Oh, this has to be a single value spread like that, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, see ya, Jill Mega. I should start using devdocs.io instead of MDN. Yeah, I know. Stage tilesets entries will turn into array and give you the normal methods. So that gives me an iterator and I can use find on it, right? Or do I need to, well, let's see what I get when I do this. I can turn this around and put it here. Key ID tileset. Ooh. Type error. Find is not a function. I think then you were right. I need to turn it into an array. Cool. Worked. So I can recover the tile set. And I got some, yeah, I get it from all three servers actually in this one. And this will just reload. Console. So load the tile sets, it gets the tile sets out. So at that point, yeah, whenever these tile sets load, I should go through any sprites and change the textures for anything that matches the tile set. Let's do that. Yeah, instead of adding them, we'll just change the texture, right? So loop through all the sprites. I have the sprites where? Plus fuzzy searching and online offline caching that, so then that would help me from doing the Bing searches, wouldn't it? Okay, I'll do that next time, Buff Seagull. I'll give you some points for that. Give you a point for that. All right. Sprites, where are you? Okay, I call them tiles. And it's tile info, which has the depth and the sprite in it. So we want to iterate through all the tiles. So something like this. And I care about just the sprite and Oh, I guess I'm not storing the tile set. I should do that. Hey, Adam. How's your stream? Thank you for the host. Let those emotes in chat. Look at the antimatter tape has the entire collection. I only have 2 of them now because I don't think I'm subscribed to Leftist anymore. That ran out. Okay, have a good lunch, Adam. Enjoy your lunch and your weekend. Have a great weekend. Thanks, Kankamatics. That's what I'm working on today. And why did play get linked to that? I don't know. But online is the link to the site. I'm working on a game, and the production environment looks like this. Looks like I'm not logged out anymore. But it's a game modeled after the old Ultima games. That's what inspired me. And they look like this, where you're represented by a tile, usually in the center of the screen, and around you is the world you can interact with. And it's a lot of text, less graphics. So the same kind of thing, tiles around you, and I have a chat window which will include text for events and other things that happen. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see any user interface panels. And this is Phaser is being used to draw in this screen, and I'm working mostly on Phaser today stuff. This is all React and Redux, and the backend is all C++ running in the cloud. Create an account for Botcoin. So yeah, you can log in now, and there's not much you can do yet. You can move around, you can pick which tile you want to represent, and you can do some chat. I haven't fully finished the chat, and I'm working today on filling in the background. So I'm in my test environment here, and I was working with loading dynamic sprite sheets, and getting the phaser sprites to reload whenever I update the sprite sheet. So that's what I'm working on right now. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the follow, Mantis. So if you guys have any questions, let me know. If chat gets busy, I might not see your question unless you tag me. And I only have like a half an hour left to go today. It's sort of a hard stop for me today. But I'll see if I can get this done. I want the graphics to show up. And if I can get that done, I'll probably try to push it to production. I need to think, do I need to... Oh, Poop Master, Eater of Worlds. Well, I don't like that name. So what I'll do is... I'll say, could you, hold on. If I could type today, could you please, choose a shorter name without poop? Please. So I have this feature in the game where it doesn't show up immediately, so it's player 134. And there I can kind of negotiate with, like, if there's something objectionable in the name or it's too long, I can have them change it. And until then, they're masked. That's what this is showing me here. All right. I was going to, what was I working on? Yeah, right. When tile sets are loaded, I'm going through all the sprites. Oh, I wanted to store the tile sheet number when I add the sprite to begin with. So that's tile info. So I want to include the tile set here. So that when it gets loaded, on load, we can get the sprite and the tile set. And we'll say if the tile set is exactly the same as this tile set. Can I give that another name? I forget which one is which. How about I just be safe and call this one something else? So updated tile set. So if that's equal to updated tile set, then I need to update the sprite. And I'm not sure how to do this. Add sprite. It's the third argument I need to update. So how do I do that? Let's look at the Phaser manual. Why is he allowed to create a long username if he's just gonna be rejected? You get an opportunity to change your name if you want to keep playing. You can choose a name that's not too long or objectionable. Oh, why you're allowed to create the... Because I probably because I haven't tuned the name length. So, I mean, I was more objecting to the poop in the name than anything. Thanks. And then I close and lock that, and I go and unmask. And there they go. Now they're deinstitutionalization. So I haven't yet tuned things like name lengths. I probably won't be showing name bars over everything for long term. This is just for short term, just so people can tell who they are. Gamers rise up. Oh, there was another ticket in there, right? Some new tickets. I haven't looked at these yet. When someone is moving to the upper left corner, you always get at least yeah. So I fixed that today, and I'll close it once I push that to production, verified it's fixed. Make links in chat clickable or disallow links in chat. Yeah, we'll have to figure out what we want to do there. I'll keep that open until we decided. Does anyone have a shrubbery? You want a shrubbery? Alright, I'm going to go to the phaser manual to find out how do we change the texture of a sprite. I think it might be just texture. Texture, right? So it's just texture and then equals the new key. Key. Let's see if that works. This will load with the wrong texture map. Actually, it should have loaded with avatar. So what happened here? Let's step through that and see. Let's put a debugger. Yeah, let's put a debugger there. All right, so what's going on here? What's the... Tileset 47. And what is the updated tileset? Oh, that should be not updated tileset, but updated tileset.id. Yeah, that's the bug. ID. Let's try it again. Okay, didn't work. Why not? Debugger again. I wonder if that key is just wrong. Weird. So it should have worked. It should have updated that. I wonder if I can't just assign it if I have to call like set texture or something. I bet that's what it is. Yes. Okay, that's what it is. I have to do set texture key. Let's remove the debugger. Try again. Hey there, a bad idea. Hey, look, it kind of worked. Although they're all 0 for some reason. Oh, right, because I need to include that in the arguments, right? So key, comma, sprite dot, I need to store that. It is which one? Tile. Okay, so now set texture has to include the tile. Tile set. Let's see if I finally got it right. Oh, thanks for the follow. Dota 2 Prodigy. Okay, cool. So now if I update the sprite sheet resource, it should reload it now. Background. Oh, it worked. Look at that. Nice. So the final step would be I need to fix this because see how that didn't update? I have to actually click it again to make it update, and that's annoying me. So okay, let's see if painting still works. And that didn't quite work. Why? Oh, when I added this sprite, I probably added it with the wrong key. So add sprite. Yeah, so this is still wrong. This is wrong. Oh no, wait a minute. Yeah, that's wrong still. So there are probably two references to add sprite. Oh no, there's just the one, but it's using the wrong thing. Yeah, we need to get... We need to find the tileset. It's the tileset key, really. So really, I should take the logic I have and make it a helper. So where did I do that? Oh, I already had it. Okay. But that's knowing the tileset. So I need to find the tileset by ID. Let's promote this up a bit. Put it up here. And yeah, let's make a function called, I don't know, find tileset key, I guess. Given a tileset ID. So I did that with find, right? This one. Look through all the tilesets, find one where the key matches. Well, okay, wait a minute. This is if we already know the key. So I need something like this, actually, but slightly different. Okay, that's ID. Oh, tileset ID. Then let me think about this. Actually, it's a lot easier. What am I thinking? It's just a get. So I don't even need this. And then once I get it, I can compute it from there. Yeah. All right. Never mind. Tile set key. So that's this tile set key equals tile set key. Well, we first need to get it. So const tile set entry equals scene a stage tile sets get tile set. If tile set entry, then we can I add a sprite without having a texture? So that would be actually preferable. So I'd do this first, and then I'd do that later if I have it. So sprite.set texture to that if I know what it is. And it's tile set entry dot no, it's just tile set entry. Let me try that out. I got an exception. Because this doesn't... Oh, I misspelled it. I mean, any particular reason I use top-level arrow functions? It's just something I kind of like. I like the look of it. They're cool, yeah. I don't have to say the word function over and over and over again. There's some places where it's kind of convenient because you can double up the arrows whenever you have generators. Do I have an... Where's the best good example of that? Some of my React components do that, where you have there's a fun word for it. I don't remember it, but when you have like A, B, C, where you can chain them together, it's a lot more concise. Well, thanks for the follow. GUI Froda? Yeah. I've gotten rid of this almost everywhere by using in Redux I don't use classes at all, and in React where I used to use classes, now I use hooks. So the effect, the reference, the state hook makes it so that I can make the entire component just a function. And if I have state, I do the state hook. If I want a when the component mounts or unmounts, or it updates, that's an effect, and a ref is just a use ref with a current. You do that dot current. So all the things that you needed classes for now, you can do with hooks. Okay, the avatar didn't load. I think that's why. I think it's because that's a legacy thing. Let me put that in there. Where was it? Set texture. Yeah, so there, if it's not there's a legacy mode. If the tiles, yeah, this one right here. I guess I'll just repeat that. If the tile set is not a number, then we're loading it directly. Legacy mode. Otherwise, we're doing this like that. The legacy mode is sprite set texture, and we just use the tile set as is, and then tile. That'll load the avatar now, I think. Yay. Alright. And then that was stuck on an old bug. Get it out of that. Cool, now I should be able to paint new tiles. Let's paint some tiles. Let's add water over here. Oh, look at that. Cool. Too bad there's no collision. I can walk on water. Yay. The last thing I needed to do today was, if I paint over a tile, you don't see any change unless till you reload. Now that'll be a water. I believe the problem there is I'm doing a modify component. Where it's in the tiles panel. It's the update tile set. No. It's not the tile panels. It is back in the stage, isn't it? There was a dispatch actions dot update background tile. That's what it is. And that's, yeah, right, it modifies the component. I think the way to solve this was to set the change field to true. But I'm not sure. Let's see if that works. Let's see if I can create land where there was water. How about that? Okay, I got an exception. Can't set... Oh, I thought I fixed that. Yeah, that didn't have a nameplate and it tried to set it. So I need to fix that. Sprite updated. Back in the stage. Sprite updated. Yeah, we should only be setting the label if one exists. If label... Then actually it's only if they're... Okay, this won't handle if a nameplate is added or removed. So let me make that won't happen right now, but let me leave myself a note. This won't work if the nameplate is added or removed. Right now it's always set and updated, not added and removed. Try it one more time. So now let's add some swamp. Add some swamp here. That's not a swamp. What is that? It, did it reset the tile set? Hold on. That was funny, but that's not what I wanted. Update background tile. That parameter might have been wrong. Let me watch the network for that one. Reload. Yeah, that's a weird looking swamp, isn't it? Okay, no. It was correct, it just didn't update on screen correctly. So, let's see it happen. Actually, I guess I could see it happen here. It'd be more convenient. In fact, I might have already captured what happened. Yeah, okay. Oh, interesting. The update sprite doesn't include the tile set number. That's the problem. It and has a null name. Null name is okay. It's the missing tile set. So yeah, it reverts to the default tile set, which is avatars. So that's a backend problem. I have 20 minutes to fix this. Can I do it? I don't know. I run out of time. So this tile doesn't have a tile set in it. So maybe I want to make a special test for it. Yeah, I have add sprite from tileset, but I don't think I have an update from tileset. So that's the problem. So let maybe add that test. Changed and moved. Let's just make a simplified one where it didn't move. So this will be rendering system tile from tileset changed. Actually, let's just call it tileset changed. That's a more appropriate test. Does React give Redux out of the box with hooks? No. So they're somewhat orthogonal, or in other words, separate. I'll show you. This is looking back at the front end. It all comes together in your top level index.js. So the React is your app, right? And then the tree of components that make up your React app. The Redux comes in as a store, which you call create store to make one. And you bind the two together through an integration layer called Redux React, or React Redux. There's a special component called provider. You basically wrap your app with a provider, and here you give the provider the store, and the store turns it into a way to get props to your React app, that the props come from the store and then feed back into the store. So that's the next step that Buff Siegel is going to get to. So if I look at my app, for example, the app itself, you wrap again using a connect function, which again is from React Redux. And that connect does two things. It turns some dispatch calls into props, and then actually, let me find a better example. Something that uses both from the map. You would think that I would be able to find this quickly. Okay, here's a good example. So sometimes you want a prop to just be the latest value from your store, and they call it state at this point. So everything in your Redux store that's like all of the state variables will come in here as state. And then there's a hierarchy depending on how many reducers and the tree of reducers and all that. But anyway, you pick out what you want from your Redux store and you assign it a name, and this becomes just a variable. That's one kind of prop you give to your React app, or your React component. And the other kind of prop is the one I mentioned before, where instead of a variable, it's a function, and when you call the function in your React app, it dispatches an action back to Redux. So that goes into what is an action, what does it mean to dispatch. So really briefly, an action is just a simple data structure that has a type field in it, and that describes what you want done in Redux store. Dispatch takes that action and gives it to all the reducers. So you define reducers when you first made your store. That's this reducers here. And I used a combiner because I have multiple reducers. But if you just had one reducer, it works the same way. Your reducer is, in response to a dispatch, your reducer is given the action and it's asked, okay, tell me what the new state should be given the old state and the action. So like an example here, when the client configuration comes in, the action will have a field called configuration. So this reducer is saying, if this action comes in, take that field from the action and put it into the new state as the client field. And then I use spread syntax here to say, don't touch the rest of the state. The reducers are pure functions. They have no side effects. So it's always previous state, action, and then return the new state. And you can build the new state from the previous state and then adding and removing and changing things in it. So the cool thing about all that, I think, if I go back to my index.js, I don't have it there. It's the React and the Redux are cleanly separated, right? The Redux cares about the reducers, if you have middleware, the store, and the React just cares about props. So go to any one of my components, and where's my components? This component up here, it's all just JSX and props. There's nothing in here that knows anything about Redux at all. It maps to Redux by having those props mapped to either Redux state or dispatch, but the component itself doesn't know that. It's all in this integration layer where you use connect to map things to Redux. So it's pretty cool. If I decided I don't want Redux anymore, I would just delete all this, and then my task would be, how do I get that props without Redux? You know, that's the work. So it's pretty neat. I like it. Rendering system tileset change. So we need to make something that has a tile set and a position. Those are the minimum things. So yeah, creating one, and we'll give it a tile set. Key tile set of 42, let's say. And the change we'll make will be to set the tile set to something else. So instead of, we'll leave the tile as it was, 1. We'll make it 43 instead. And the changed field is important. So the update system, we should get back a sprite message that the tile is 1 and then the tile set, actually I had a key for this. Realm server, key sprite. Oh, maybe I didn't. I had depth. Did I have tile set? Oh. Oh, I never had it in there at all. Well, then how did I do encoded sprite then? Oh, I have it there without the key. Well, that's a bummer. I should probably formalize that, right? Yeah, this should be key a sprite tile set. Let's make that and put that near this guy. Const string that. Whoops. Not all of that, just part of it. This much of it. Equals TS, right? And then we'll take that, and everywhere else I have TS, we'll just paste it in. Be a good citizen. Not use magic numbers, but use constants. And this is in the front end. Right? Okay, so I already was using TS there. I'm not using I should clean this up at some point, but I only really care most about the C++ side. Okay, so back to the test itself. That was add, right? That was login, okay. Where was I editing before? Was it this one? Yeah. Sprite tile set 43. That's what I want to see on update sprite. Actually, if I change update sprite's code, we'll see that everywhere. So I should go update all the tests. Okay, but this didn't have a tile set. Okay, I will leave it out if it doesn't start with 1. That way I don't break any of my existing tests. Okay, so build the code, and this is where I'm going to end up editing it, but I want to see the tests fail first. I like to use test-driven development on the back-end C++ stuff. Did I say thank you for following BrainDo? Thank you. Yeah, the React hooks are kind of neat. If you're not used to React, though, and you want to look at Redux stuff, that's a separate topic. I would try to learn Redux and React first, and then do the React hooks. Redux is pretty sweet. I like it. It gives me clean separation of concerns in my app. Let's see. We're running the unit tests, yes. the test that will fail is the one I added down here, right? Tileset changed. I expect this one to fail. All right, let's fix it. The failure, let's see if it's what I expect, that the tileset's missing. Yes, where's the tileset? Here, TS43 is missing. Right, okay, so let's add it. That is in this update sprite here. So let's form this message outside first. Let me see if I got this right. Yes, so this will be encoded sprite. Actually, let's do this part. Encoded sprite. So const auto encoded sprite equals that. And now we'll say if tile has realm server key tile set, then we can add to the encoded sprite realm server key sprite tile set equals tile with that key. What's wrong with that equals? Oh, because it's const, not const. There we go. Okay. And if that passes the test, then I'll run the rest of the test to make sure I didn't break anything, and then I'll try it out in the test environment. All right, cool. And let's run all the tests. This takes a minute, so while that's going, let me go ahead and take the opportunity to do a git check-in. Saga, I haven't looked into that. You enjoyed the paradigm for Saga, okay. Oh. Dog's barking. Dog bark likes to welcome people home. All right, thank you for those suggestions. So, oh, we had a crash. Access violation. Really? Thought I fixed that yesterday. I thought that was caused by global variables. Now I'm wondering if that was some other problem. Anyway, it's either a race condition or it's the bug I fixed yesterday. I didn't really fix it. Oh, I didn't need an extra line there. So this is include tile set in sprite updates. Oops, I didn't need to do that. I hit the wrong button there. Okay, include tile set, not time set, in sprite updates. And this was a lot of work, wasn't it? This is to support dynamic tile sets. That's what I'm going to say. It's front-end support for dynamic tile sets. All right. Okay, so yeah, they all I don't know why that transient failure happened. I'm just gonna go with it. Pretend it didn't happen. Okay, restart my test server. Should reconnect. All right. And I was going to add, no, it's update, right? So I need to, let's grow the swamp a little bit. Nope, didn't work. Question is, what did I get on the network when that happens? I was so sure that would work. Let's put a swamp there. Oh no, it's an update. Update that tile. So what did I get on the network there? The tile set's there. That's strange. So it's a front end issue because we're getting the tile set number. It must be my handling of update sprite in the front end. Here. Reflect sprite updated, okay. Oh yeah. This is, yeah, okay. There's some redundant code. The code that does this stuff. It's getting quite noisy in my house. If you hear background noise, it's everyone being noisy. Unfortunately, don't have my own office right now. Okay. Let's set some bookmarks. I need to copy some of this code down to sprite updated. Down to here. See how it's sort of redundant? There's a little bit of redundant code there. So yeah, I just hard-coded it to avatars. I need to do this thing instead. And I'll have to work on cleaning this up in a bit. So ultimately we want tile set there, but there's a little bit more than that, right? I don't think the depth is going to change. Thanks for the follow, Andy Bridge. It's this stuff right here that matters. I'm just going to copy pasta it for now. So find the tile set in the stage tile sets. If it was not a number, just set it directly. Actually, I don't have to... I can do that inside here, right? Oh, no. Well, I can do it this way. Do that, and then then do that. So if it's not a number, that's the legacy mode. And the forward compatible stuff is here. Find it, and if we can find it, set it. Otherwise, when it gets loaded later, we'll set it. Because the two things happen asynchronously. So let me actually... Hold on, if tileset and tile are only used to set those two things, I wonder if I could just put that into another method. I think that's true. So hold on, if I take this stuff and pull it down to here. Okay, I need the depth stuff, but we can do that later, right? Yeah, I can pull that down to here. So if this is common, if this part is common with the other function, I can make that a helper called set sprite texture. Let's try to do that. Const set sprite texture. And what arguments do I need? I need tile set. Actually, that's TS. TS tile stage. Yeah, it's getting quite busy in my house right now. Sorry. And I need the sprite. Let's see if this works here. So it would just be that TS tile stage sprite. You might occasionally hear Mrs. Raimu yelling out, sorry. Yeah, it's a 4-hour mark. I'll need to wrap this up soon. I don't know if I'll get this deployed in time. But it's 2 o'clock, yeah, my time. I need to wrap this up. Let's just try this out. Tileset is not defined on 121. Oh. I guess I can I can copy that much of it. Let's copy that much of it here. TS is not defined on 188. Well, that should be given in the action. There we go. All right. Oh, that's weird. All the entities got shifted in tile. Oh, because the subtract one got removed, right? Did that not work? Let's debugger that. Tile is 4. So now it's 3. Oh, is it on update that it's happening? Could be. Weird off by 1 bugs. I think it's happening on the update. Actually, to see that in action, if I add more water, let's see what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like water. So that's the added. So is it the update then if I paint grass over that? Yeah, so it's off by 1 in the update. Oh, yeah. Okay, but I'm intended to reuse the helper for this, right? So it was, go back. I lost my bookmark. This one. I was going to just use that. Down here. How much of it do I need? Once I get this sprite, I can do the rest here, right? It's TS, tile, stage, sprite. That's it, right? See if that fixes it. It didn't work. Why did that not work? Why didn't that work? Huh. Not that one, but this one. What does it show for the network? Oh, it's the initial sprite list. It's not add or... Okay, so there's one more place. Sprites. This one. Oh, it just forwards it to sprite added anyway. Sprite and stage. The action is the sprite. I mean, that should have taken the tile and subtracted one. What did I do wrong? The character tile's correct. I've been meaning to get rid of that stuff there. Does that just not work? How would I tell that? Let's put a debugger here. Does that get hit? No, it's happening in the other place I call set texture. Oh, yeah. I need that same funky fix up. Unless, I guess I could just store it. I could store it in the stage tiles. Is that a smart thing to do? Let me think about this. Where do I actually update stage? Okay, right here I do. So I could put it in. Oh, it's because I didn't subtract it there. Okay. Okay. The dangers of off by 1 bugs. Okay, I'll clean this up later. I just want to get this working, and I can't think of the most elegant way. I'm just going to do it the least elegant way, which is to do it here. The least elegant way. That gives me the opportunity to fix it later. Okay, cool. So let me paint some stuff. Let's make some new tiles. Let's add some grass over here. Okay, that works. Now let me make it swampy here. Cool. All right, it works. Question is, can I deploy this and have it not break on the production? Do I dare update it now, or should I just do that on Monday? I anticipate problems in deployment, so I'm over time now. Would you guys be too disappointed if I waited till Monday to actually paint the background? I mean, it should work. You can see it working in the test environment. I just don't feel comfortable deploying it right now. It's pretty cool, though. I don't have drag working, so I have to do click, 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 click. You're okay with Monday? You'll forgive me eventually? Okay. Yeah, I need to call it here because my family needs me getting ready to go somewhere, so. Update on your work situation. You're supposed to deploy what you've been working on today, but they had some issues to deploy the core and had three hot fixes, which meant the CTO couldn't do the deploy with you. So just call it a day, start your weekend early. Oh, okay. I guess that's good and bad. Start the weekend early, but you have work to do on Monday. So how do you feel about that playing with Skizzers? Is that do you feel okay, good, bad? It's like, sounds like there's both a mixture of good and bad things in that. All right, you guys been helping me test the chat? Yeah, if you find if you find anything in game that you want me to know about, you can either do like these people have been doing, which is to abuse the ticket system, which is fine. I'm fine, thanks. I should spell thanks correctly. Close that. You can put it in the ticket system. There's also, where everything will eventually gravitate to is this GitHub issues list. But you can report it in game, you can use my Discord or that issues link at any point. The Discord's also where you can go to talk off stream or get announcements about the stream. My normal schedule is I start at 10 a.m., so I'll be back 10 a.m. Pacific or 1700 hours on Monday. And how am I deploying? I'm deploying the front end through a really simple low-budget script that I can show you right here. It just copies to S3 all of the files that we build from Webpack. And the back end is a little bit more interesting. I have to boot up a Linux machine. I have to do the same kind of building. How do I see the build? I do the same kind of building, but on Linux. And I don't know. Why does it think that I changed something? Anyway, I have to build it on Linux, and then I package it and upload it to the servers, and then I have two ways to switch the production servers. I can either I upload the new version of the code here, and I can either swap out the version live, which has some bugs in it. So the other way is I take the whole cluster offline, I go to the config file behind this, and I change all the numbers, and then I boot it back up. And I don't have any kind of continuous integration, so maybe when I do, I could use some help, but we'll see playing with Skizzers. Right now it's all kind of manual. The ticket mirroring bot. There's a ticket limit right now, so you can only open so many tickets. Oh, someone's joined the game. Welcome, new person. Unmask you. There's only a certain number of tickets you can... Oh, there's a new person already. Only so many tickets you can keep open at once. And I suggest if you want to help me out, to try to use the issues link. So this GitHub issues. I don't think anyone's entered anything in here, but I think this is eventually where I'm going to put all issues tracked in the game for the game. But if you don't want to do that, then you can continue to use the in-game ticket system or the Discord. I should automate that ASAP. Yeah, but I thought it was more important to oh, what's this? No ass? Did someone sneak in a funny name? I think someone did. I'll say that's clever, and an ass is another name for a donkey. I've always thought that that shouldn't be a bad word, so I'll let that stand. Yeah, I thought it more important to work on some of the game aspects since it's been 5 months of me not doing any game stuff. But that doesn't mean I have stopped working on non-game stuff like the continuous integration and other things. And yeah, might need to go back and redo some of that stuff. What do you do? Right now you can just move around in this little virtual world and you can chat. Another thing is, as soon as I stop my admin console, the chat will stop working. That's because I don't have any kind of moderation for chat yet. So just to protect people, I don't allow any chat unless I'm actually monitoring it. So thanks for the follow, Noah's. I'll say Noah's. If that's okay. So yeah, if you log into the game and you try the chat and it doesn't work, like it doesn't actually show up, that just means that I'm offline and the chat is disabled. So yeah, we'll work on this more on Monday. I'll try to deploy this world painting tool and maybe refine some of this stuff and then figure out what I want to do next. Probably what I'll do next is I'll remove the virtual boundary here and I'll make it so that you're always centered, and then when you move, the world around you moves and not you. And so then you can either go off into space, or I might implement the colliders and put a big wall around, or maybe have the world wrap. I haven't decided yet. So yeah. Let's go raid someone, and then I can do what I need to do, which is eat and then help out the family. So we got a lot of people streaming right now. I don't know why Simuleos is in the art category, but he's not doing art. What is he up to? Video on scientific computing. Oh, let's go raid Simuleos. It's been a while. The Simuleos is a streamer who predominantly works on algorithms. He's like an algorithm archiver, and it's a lot of scientific stuff. He's a fun guy, and it looks like he's reviewing scientific stuff right now, videos. We'll raid him. Say hi. Whoops. There we go. All right. So I hope you guys have a great weekend, and I'll see you Monday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1700 hours UTC. Have a great weekend and see ya. Bye.